is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. Love is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. And peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need. Peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need. United we stand, divided we fall. No man is an island, no man stands alone. No matter the color of our skin, underneath our blood is red, red. War in the west, children's playing fields have been turned into battlefields. Love is all we need. Love is what the children need. Love is what the children need. Love is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. And peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need. If we work together, we can build a better future for ourselves. Hand in hand we stand tall. It don't matter who you are or where you're from or who you know. Tungane pamoja, live for a better day. Tungane pamoja, live for a better day. Love is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. Love is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. Peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need. Peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need. Love is what the children need. Love in the world is what the children need. Peace is what the people need. Peace in the world is what the people need.
Give a round of applause. Baye.
We commit all the proceedings concerning this day into your hands. Heavenly Father, we invite your presence into this place. We know that without you we are nothing. But with you on our side, my Lord and my God, we shall accomplish everything that you have set us to do. We thank you because we know that your grace is sufficient for us today. And by your grace and mercy, at the end of this day, all glory, all honor unto your holy name. In the name above all names, in the precious name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and our Savior, I pray. Amen. And God's people said, Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Your Highness, Paul Eganda, Your Highness, Papa Emor Mori, all protocols observed, the kings, the queens, the princesses. Morning. We will straight away go into our program where we will have statements from various leaders. We apologize for our late takeoff, but all things work together for good for those who love the Lord. And we are confident that there is a reason, and we always shall only flow with what the Lord has for us today. Today is a Human Rights Day. Just to let all of us know, it is advancing a human rights agenda for global Africa. We all know that denying me my human rights is denying me my very existence. So today we are going to delve into matters of human rights led by Michael and his team. But before that is done, I wish to humbly welcome His Highness His Highness the President Paul Eganda to give the opening remarks for the day. Bayete. You are all not saying Bayete like we gave you a cup of tea. We did give you a cup of tea at least. Bayete. Papa, we have this new.
Hello, hello.
This was for
Looks like we didn't have breakfast. Bayete! It's not loud enough. Bayete! Emuria koliai. Atekere kobusi. Emor kobusi. Yalama.
Just a while ago, you said Michael Whiteman.
This morning,
It's Martin.
we have been joined by
When you
other kings.
and say, please,
Martin.
Martin.
I would like to request the Master of Ceremony for the purpose of protocol pronunciation of their names and titles to pass them the second microphone so that they pronounce their names, because we need this on record. Kindly pass the second microphone to the kings that have joined us today. Bayete. Please, Your Majesties, just mention your name.
King Mashoki of Kingdom of Yodo.
Washira Kirago of the House of Kenda Moyuru.
Diane Mokami, Assistant Advisor to the King of Kenda Moyuru.
Thank you very much. So we have been joined by other three royals. I will adopt the protocols as per yesterday. Royal Highness Papa Sunday Paul Molot, Emorimor Papa Iteso the Third. It's a pleasure seeing you again this morning. Toto Akaliite, Harriet Among Molot, Lakara Awanyun. Her Royal Queen Grace, my Queen, Moria Koliai. His Majesty Dr. Robinson Anyi Alok Cameroon, Your Majesty, most welcome. King Momias, again, we are honored to see you. Bayete. Her Royal Highness, Queen Ashanut Achom II, Dr. Hilary Brown, welcome. Duke John of my Ochom, we recognize your presence. Queen Mother Catherine Penda Atiang, we acknowledge you. Please. Queen Mother Harrods, Yvette, Toto Akisa, Chief Robinson, please. Chief Tufali Odinga Etori, Guyana. Princess Africa, Canada, Guyana. Honorable Minister Charles Itogo, I think you are here with us. We are welcome. The cabinet of Papa Emormor, I would like the microphone to be passed over to them. These are the key decision makers we need to put on record. Cabinet Affairs Minister, I think it's the line behind Honorable Frederick. Please do the honors.
Thank you. Yalamanoi, Your Majesty, Your I'll start with the
Jacob Peter, yes, a call in charge of protocol royal guards. Yalama.
Yalama.
Harriet, Principal Private Secretary for Papa.
Yalama.
I think because health docket, we have, I can see Ambassador Samson Sudu, the wife. I can see my brother here, even though you are introduced. Charles Itogo. I also have a special team from Soroti led by
I am Honorable representing the women of the NRM party, Soroti.
Sorry, I forgot a very important person. When we are down there in our parliament, she's the one who ensures there's order in the house.
All protocol observed. Good morning. Amoit Zipora is my name, the Deputy Speaker in the Council of Emarma. Thank you.
I'm Adungo Frederick Getenyang, serving in the office of his
group, Aido, starting with Excellency Margaret. Pass the mic to introduce herself.
Papa Mormor, the president, all royals, capacities, you are all welcome to Aido Human Rights. Is Her Excellency Margaret Cheger, the Director of Culture and Heritage in Aido Network International.
Yalama. Thank you, Mr. Martin Whiteman. Please, would like.
Thank you. Greetings, everybody. Forward to it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Your Excellency Margaret. Kindly pass the microphone to Chief Chandukani, the Queen Musa III. We would like her to introduce herself.
Bayete.
Bayete.
My name is Shandukani Mutaki, the right hand of the Gazi. I'm representing the vendor tribe.
By Aido South Africa, please stand up for recognition. Dr. Ngoko, please recognition. House, South Africa. Thank you. May I also take this to introduce Miss Brandy Mukasa. Are you here? Okay. So, Christine, please stand up for recognition. Christina Chegel. Those are our youth leaders.
Mayor of the city of Georgetown, also a human rights activist. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, of course, there is a gentleman from America, Brompton. Please stand. Mr. Brompton, you are looking behind. Just stand up. I know you a nephew to Chief Ed. Please pass the microphone to that gentleman. I know you've flown all the way from America to be here. Please.
Yeah, I'm from Canada, actually. Not,
Canada.
Yeah.
Please. at this crucial juncture in human history, where recognition and protection of fundamental human rights are paramount to the progress and well-being of our global community. It is with great honor and responsibility that we come together for this culture and Ubuntu Convention, united in pursuit of justice, equality, and dignity for all. Human rights are the cornerstone of an harmonious society, providing every individual with the freedom and protection that we all deserve. As we gather here today, we affirm an unwavering commitment to uphold these human rights and knowledge and the duty we bear to safeguard our human rights. Through this convention, we recognize that the promotion and protection of human rights forces, sharing knowledge, and fostering dialogue that we can address the challenges faced by humanity, ensure that human rights are realized in every corner of the world. We recognize the diverse array of issues that impact our human rights, including poverty, discrimination, violence, environmental degradation. By addressing these challenges, that respects and safeguards the rights of every individual, irrespective of our religion or background. In Aido, we don't have a one, a black, Kikuyu, Teso, we are all one humanity. In this convention, welcome of government, civil society, right advocates, and all those who are dedicated to promoting and protecting human rights. Together, meaningful discussion, share best practices, partnerships will drive change and propel advancement of human rights globally. Human rights are not just lofty ideas, but lived realities. May it inspire our governments, institutions, and individuals to redouble their efforts in championing human rights, both domestically and internationally. We should be the champion of our human rights. But we need to know our human rights, because you cannot protect what you do not know. Most of us do not know we actually have our human rights. By doing so, we sow the seeds of a brighter future where every person can live in freedom, dignity, and equality. Aido, the organization that I represent as the president, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the us work tirelessly to build a global Africa, a world where human rights are respected, protected, and cherished by all. Women, children, men, we all have human rights. We've got a right to live, a right to education, a right to health. Mombasa, we are here to speak about human rights. We have a number of experts come from all over the world to talk to you. Majesties, princesses, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very important day, and I stand here proud to say that Aido wants to lead from in front, not from behind. The issues of Mama Ingia Pole Pole will not happen here. We shall stand tall and defend our human rights. Emuria Koliai, Atekere Kobusi, Bayet.
Your Royal Highness, Paul Eganda Bayete. Thank you very much. I stand to make a correction on the name that I did not pronounce appropriately, Mr. Martin Whiteman. I baptized the most respectful person, His Royal Highness. You will use this microphone. Thank you very much.
by the four selected few cultural institutions which defied the age of Western cultures still lives on. That I had. The Nandi of Kenya, by the Okorio, Koitalel al-Arab Samuel, who was both a prophet and military leader, resisted the British rule and even interrupted the construction of the railway line through his territory, leading to his assassination by the British in 1905. Remains, the head was taken to Britain and escaped to London dead with institution. This is what we are addressing, especially most of the we are sure that it was stolen from us. That part of our and I'm proud to see its leader, Mwachiro, here with us. Given a chance to maybe the Maasai cultural institutions of the root today, throughout Kenya, they must see the Maasai, not because yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Institution of Traditional Leadership in Kenya are set up as charged with responsibility of serving and maintaining the cultural values of our community. Councils of elders are guided by general customary laws under the leadership of elected elders. Their roles among many in the community are ensuring peaceful coexistence among the communities, ensuring equitable distribution of resources to members of rightful household, retain legally accepted marital rights, training of land disputes, organizing cultural festivals to promote and preserve cultures, educating the and sustainable management from the cultural custodians of indigenous knowledge and customary systems, promoting of heritage resources. The councils are also committing early child marriages, abolishing genital mutilation cut FGM, denouncing gay marriages and other harmful cultural practices. You have had LBQs or something in Kenya that was bringing a lot of politics and reaction from the public. That is being opposed by the cultural consent. We will not allow it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always encouraging to note that most of the councils of Elder Kenya do not operate effectively and they are dismantled to deliver on their mandate. I'm not criticizing them. There's an over. As they lack structures, a few of them enjoy full recognition and rare attract community political professionals goodwill necessary for effective engagement. Most of the time are not in touch with the elders, neither seek the opinion or in the community. Most of them are never consulted on anything by policymakers as opinion leaders. Only prominent individuals from those are usually invited to meetings as individuals and never go back to report to the group they claim to represent. There is that those of elders can easily be used to promote partisan politics, and that's what we don't want as cultural leaders. All of them lack resources to work with, yet we have enough resources at county and national government levels, including resource people in their respective regions, capable of doing good initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, in the times when some governments hardly give recognizance to the presence and essence of traditional institutions. This is unfortunate. It's giving us easily descends irregularities, societal profiles and protocols. Commendable for those African who have recognized operations of institutions of traditional leadership in the state as units of national unity that play a greater role in the stability of democratic governments. In a few countries to justify this statement, I'm proud that Uganda is represented in this convention. In the Republic of Uganda, there is a well-structured system of traditional leadership that has ensured recognition in the state constitution. Heads of these institutions are entitled to fringe benefits from the state, including security for their families, residence, and cultural centers. If I'm wrong, as an example, Papa is here. Don't see that soldier from the government of Uganda and you think is not regarding him. Am I guarded? Yeah, God is guarding me. In the Republic of South Africa, and I'm sure was there reason to Missoula, signed by the king benefits. There exists a powerful national house of traditional leaders that plays an important role to the National Assembly. Imagine to the house of traditional leaders before they pass it, for them to give their opinion. That happens. Leaders of this house are entitled to it's from the government, still government. And if you have to mention West Africa, you'll be surprised. It's very encouraging to a traditional leader. Ladies and gentlemen, the traditional leadership in Kenya can therefore be structured to suit the unexplored Kenyan situation. This will enable the community traditional leaders to fully participate in the affairs of the society, development, and respect, and be free from abuse and receive reasonable care, assistance from the state. Ladies and gentlemen, the traditional movement has the rebuilt mechanism and ability to mobilize local resources and community participation in decision-making processes. Empowering the communities through the involvement in governance process plays an important role in influencing policy and distribution of services. Gentlemen, that was my short paper on traditional leadership, not in Africa. Not only in Kenya, it covers even Africa, what is happening in Africa, all over Africa. Finally, as I appreciate the presence of our brothers from the Caribbean, I think it's going to be the story in our press after this convention, because we have never had a cultural gathering that has assembled as many traditional leaders from globally coming together. And I'm assured that this is the fifth, and about the sixth one coming. And maybe the seventh one, you can bring it to Kakamega. It's Mombasa. Thank you very much. I hope you'll enjoy it. And I will show you the chief of staff, my county government. Please stand up. There she is. She said she must come attend this to her department. Thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the best of luck. There is a communication when Brother His Majesty Uganda was introducing the kings. You would have a time to also give them a chance to talk, but I'm told I should now give a chance to, especially, I'll start with the host here. You know, mine is Western Kenya. The Mijikenda cultural leader, please come forward and say a word. Or you want visitors to go away saying they were not welcome. Please come forward. He's going to invite this Dr. Mokorani, whose name became very difficult in this convention or gathering. He'll also invite Mwasi, and the only two. The rest could not come. The chairman of National Council was unable to turn out because of a few commitments, and others that were invited for other reasons not mentioned here.
Thank you so much. I greet you all, the queens, the kings, and the all protocol observed. Mine is just to be happy to see you in Mombasa and welcome you all. We expect the governors to come today, but one of them is saying he's coming tomorrow. This is the governor of Mombasa. We're expecting the governor of Kilifi, Gideon Mungaro, might come today, but I talked to him and he said he's just, look, waiting for something, then he came today. But the governor of Mombasa, they visited him yesterday and he said he will be coming here tomorrow. There is a great man in Kenya, here in Mombasa, Kenya. If he was invited here, every man would go rich to his area. This is a cement man. He's called, he has very many companies, even in Uganda. He has a factory in Uganda. He has a factory in Congo. Many areas. The one who has assisted so many schools and even the police stations, he has assisted them. Even the regional commissioner's office, he has did it by giving them a lot of money to build it. So I wish you had him here so that he could have here. He is a great man. Hasumu Kukanji Patel is an Indian. He is like the brother Kamlesh Patni. He was also very great. But it's very unfortunate that he didn't know that we have a meeting here today. I all welcome you to my country, Mombasa. Happy to see you all. I also met a lot of kings in Libya because I was called the first person to be called in Libya. He saw me giving a speech in KPA through the WhatsApp, and he told them his ambassador here, ambassador for Libya, to call me to give me ticket to go to Libya with the other 4 people from Kenya. And then when we went, he brought up an airplane and he said, I must collect or coordinate all the communities of Kenya to go to Libya, and I collected them. I coordinated them through Kamlesh Patni because he was the richest man who could call all the people in the Kenyan communities and all of that. But there's a man who was fighting somebody. Riaga Ogalo was being fought that he shouldn't go. But I said, if Riaga Ogalo is not going from the Luo community, the plane will go empty. Nobody will go. So they allowed him to go because he was the chairman of the Luo community and somebody was fighting him not to go. But I said if he's not going, then all the people of Kenya are not going. So he was allowed to go to Libya. And when we reached there, because it was the United States of Africa, and after that, so many people wanted, some Libyans were called to USA, and to fight Gaddafi. The president that time was Obama. And we went to tell Gaddafi, because you started the African Union, can you move to another country so that you remain safe? He said, I will never hear because I've done a lot with the Libyans. Every Libyan is a rich man. When you give birth, I give you money and opening an account to the young, the young person who's born, and I put man to his account, and I want to see when they kill me, because they'll never leave Libya. I want them to kill me so that I see how Libya will be after I've gone. And today Libya is not a country as it used to be, because everything was free in Libya. Everything, even education, everything was free in Libya. Power, you sleep, he pays you. But Libya has yet to be not a better country. But he called me and he blessed me. He used to grace me a lot. because he wanted to put the Africans in a very united Africa. So he gave the position to Kamlesh Patin as the ambassador of peace in Africa. Kamlesh Patin is an Indian, but we went together and he was given that position of ambassador for Africa so that he can bring unity also in Africa. But up to today, I want us to keep this union together so that we can bring unity in Africa, because there was AOU. Presidents of Africa used to meet, discuss a lot of unity among African countries, but today they are not meeting as they used to meet. So, as leaders of Africa, as you have come, I know some of them didn't come. They were invited, but they didn't come. Like Chief King of Esombe from Cameroon, King of Congo, he was supposed to come also, he didn't come. Queen Mother of Uganda, he was invited, but he didn't come. But let us unite again to bring a great unity in Africa so that we can make an African country a great Africa. We unite it because if we meet like this every time, because this is the 4th meeting, but the 5th meeting, the 6th meeting, the 7th meeting, we go like this, we will bring a lot of unity to all of us, all of Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon, Ghana, Congo, South Africa. We didn't invite Tanzanians here, but Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, the East African countries, but Tanzanians were never invited here. So next time we have to invite African leaders so that we can unite Africa to become a great country. The way USA is the United States of America, we can start another United States of Africa. Thank you very much. And be grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. King Makora, please take the microphone. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. You are on their land. They are on their land. Thank you very much.
It's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Constrained for time, but I would want guys follow the protocol, and if I've broken protocol, I request for your indulgence. My fellow royals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am here, a higher of the Pokomo community in Tana River County, which is towards the north of the Mombasa County. My honorable duty is to welcome you here and wish you very nice sojourn. I wish we had done earlier, but it is still early. You have just come. Don't start welcoming people there outside the kraal for those who are in this. I mentioned that correctly. And now I would wish to really extend you all. I don't want to talk so much because I don't have the height of my brother there. So I'll just keep my speech short as I am. I would wish at this same time to request my brother, my friend of a long time, Ze, who is a veritable royal. He has been shepherding the Taita Taveta community, which is bigger than community. Please, Mr. Mwasi, come and give you a...
Yeah. King, please step onto the podium. Stand on the podium. No, just interpret, but I would wish him to stand on the podium. Please stand on the podium. Yes, thank you very much. You can stand next to him. Thank you.
My name is Ronald King, Taita Taveta County. Nitaongea kwa Kiswahili.
He's going to give his remarks in Kiswahili, and after his, I will then give a synopsis so that we don't tire and bore you.
Karibuni Pwani. Na karibuni Taita Taveta.
Welcome to the coastal region and welcome to Taita Taveta County.
Taita Taveta County ni nchi ambayo inapenda wageni, ni county inapenda wageni sana.
Taita Taveta is a county which loves visitors.
Taita Taveta County iko na nafasi nyingi sana ya kufanya biashara.
Taita Taveta County is having a large entrepreneurial landscape.
To iron ore.
Opportunities to mine iron.
Tuko na minerals, mines,
sapphires,
green garnet, crystal,
and
crystal
gemstones.
Yeah, no, crystal mining.
Brimstones,
ambaye ni karibu sana na diamond,
which is closer to diamond.
Yeah, ni yule mtu ambaye anataka kufanya biashara Taita Taveta County.
Anybody who conducts Taita Taveta County,
tunaweza kushirikiana na yeye,
can come and we can cooperate with him.
Na governor,
we shall connect him to the governor,
county,
Taita Taveta County,
na akaja Taita kufanya biashara.
Then he will be able to conduct business.
So nasema
I welcome you again.
Mimi ni peace ambassador.
I am also the peace ambassador, that is he is.
UNDP.
I have been recognized for these efforts by the UNDP.
Mimi ni gender champion.
I am also
gender champion
for gender.
Gender champion kwa sababu kutetea haki za mama na watoto.
And was bestowed to me for my work with fighting for the rights of women.
Na nashukuru Taita Taveta County.
And I thank Taita Taveta County.
Wamama wameanza kugawanyiwa mashamba.
The women have now been allotted farms.
Na sasa kuna haki zao.
They have their own title deeds.
Wanaweza kuchukua mkopo.
To understand that a king has to love his people more.
Alafu Mungu anaweka kitu ndani yake.
God will bless him.
Kwa sasa kuna watoto, kuna wamama Kongo vile wanateseka kwa nchi yao.
When I see women and children oppressed in their countries or in difficulties in their countries,
roho yangu inalia machozi ya.
My heart.
Na kingi walioko hapa,
the kings who are here and
anaweza kumaliza mzozo wa Kongo,
can be able to finish the problems in Congo.
Shida ya Kongo haiwezi kumalizwa na bunduki.
The problems in Congo are not going to end with the gun power.
Na King of Congo,
It can be finished by the King of Congo.
traditional King of Congo.
And problem is the King of Congo.
Na wengi wako hapa mkishirikiana na wale
kings who are here,
mnaweza kumaliza ile shida haraka
to
sana.
sit down with the kings who are in Congo and finish. Bayete. Bayete.
Wow, those were many, many words, but something that comes out clearly as I hear them speak is we are on a special day, the Human Rights Day, and the Human Rights Day is a day that will give us justice across the board, and where you have all poverty, we shall overcome, because poverty is not a taste of charity, it is of justice, and I'm sure Nelson Mandela told us the right thing. I'm taking this opportunity to welcome Princess Ulrike. Princess Ulrike up to the podium to give her statement. Please give her a round of applause. Bayete! I wish I could echo my voice to your chest so that it could come out much more loudly. Bayete! Princess.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love these. Okay. So everybody says to his neighbor, Bayeti, please. Bayeti. Very good. I heard a lot of words. I keep it short. Royal Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, Ambassadors, faith leaders and government officials present. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Today is a very important day for Africa and for the whole world. Thank you for being part of the Human Rights Day here in this beautiful city of Mombasa. This is the first time in this lifetime my feet step on this wonderful continent of Africa. And Wednesday evening at the Caribou Welcome Night, who was here Wednesday evening? Very good. Ambassador Namboka announced that he found out that I left Africa 2 million years ago. I didn't know that before, but I thought so. Well, thank you for welcoming me home. Ulrike Pullman-Acham, Chair Aido Advisor. I live in Germany, but I'm an African in spirit, body, and soul. You see me every day, I'm dressed by women can. An Etesot from Teso, Uganda. My role in my board of 10 executives was responsible for helping Aido's program going into the right directions. What is the goal of Aido? To unite the African continent with the diaspora and to unite African people on this continent. Culture plays a very important role in this game. Culture is a carrier wave on which communication and reality and affinity runs between humans. And we need much more communication, reality and affinity, to get more understanding between different religions, tribes, countries, men and women, young and old. Besides culture, Aido has a strong human rights chapter, Aido Ubuntu, which an overall responsibility of letting everybody know that he or she has rights and everybody has to take responsibility for their rights. We as Aidoers feel responsible to do injustice, discrimination and violence. We can make the difference with all of you every single person in this room is important in realizing the vision to create a better world. You all are humanitarians. Otherwise, you would not be here today. With the help of our governments, our royal leaders, and each of us in this room working together, working as a team, we can realize a dream of unity, of Ubuntu in this world. In 1969, a very wise man, Dr. L. Ron Hubbard, said in an article, and I quote, "Only a few governments realized only a part of the vision of human rights. These governments did not understand that their own survival fully depends on realizing these reforms, which they give their people a goal, a civilization, a patriotism, because they are valuable to be supported. It is vital that every thinking human being demands from his government extensive human rights reforms." End of quote. The person who knows what is right and what is wrong should act. A lot of people do not even know that they have rights. So the more people are educated on human rights, the more will act in the right way. As an Aidoa, I know and understand that no man is an island. We should never be divided by our ethnic difference, neither should be divided by our religious beliefs, education level, race, or skin color. I'm white in the skin, but inside I'm an African, and I'm a human being like everyone here. In Aido, we recognize the only way to have peace and freedom on planet Earth is to be our brother's keeper, be a team and support each other, Ubuntu. What is our responsibility as humans to guarantee a future where people can live, practice their religion and culture, create unity and power? Why is art and culture so important for all of us? You know, just in the morning you saw this girl singing, and this is art. And this touched my heart and my soul so much, sometimes much more than only words. Because her message was, peace is what the people need. And that is our all agreement, I'm sure. There is a wealth which every civilization has since thousands of years. And Africa is very, very rich with so many magnificent creations all over the continent. I, for myself, admire African culture very much. Art connects us to our heritage, the way ethnics, and spirituality, because art is communication. And as humans, it is our responsibility to take care for this wealth and protect it for the next generations. Dr. Aaron Hubbard said, culture is as great as its dreams, and it is dreamed by artists. The implementation of human rights is a precondition that human rights can have and live culture, arts, and religion. Our job as Aidoas is to give everybody the chance to know their rights, to teach the rights to the young generation, if needed, to take responsibility for their rights. Aido is one such organization in the world with an army of volunteers caring and supporting the world. I invite each of you today to come and join us. Use human rights material and read our website, be an Aidoa, and be the voice of the voiceless. Together we can. Bayeti.
Thank you very much, Princess Ulrike.
the king. Yes. Huh? It's ready. Yes. All right. It's ready. Yes. Huh? Thank you so much.
House, and let's all shout Bayete.
All protocol observed. Tanya Robinson to deliver a special message from the African Union. The African Union, in recognition of this event, and it's not for me to say, I invite His Royal Majesty King Tanya to deliver that message, and it will be accompanied by the text on the screen. Your Majesty King Tanya. Hello. Hello. Bayete. All of Africa is here. They may not be here in the hall, but their ears are open, and I'm privileged to be able to deliver the message from the African Union that represents Africa, and to make all of you here know that this is a very important convention that is being screened live and photoed live for those who have the link or who may have to share. This message is coming from the African Union Ambassador Minata Samate Sesuma, who is the Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development on the occasion of the 5th Annual Aido Convention, Mombasa, Kenya, 25th to International Development Organization, Aido, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to address you on the occasion of this very important meeting of the African Indigenous Governance Council and the Ateka International Development Organization, Aido. This August gathering coincides with the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Organization of African Union, African Unity, and now African Union, which was established on 25th of May, 1963. Remember, I highlighted that yesterday. I wish to congratulate us all for the achievements we can celebrate this day and for having embraced and moved there are some shortcomings and challenges. The vision of our founding fathers and mothers can be translated into many great achievements that the African continent has witnessed. I wish at this juncture to salute economic empowerment of our people and continental integration. As clearly stipulated in the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Aspiration 5 reads, we aspire to have an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, and African history, destiny, identity, we cannot achieve Aspiration 5 without your leadership and cultural work. Your royalties. That was achieved by our Union for Continental Organization in the arts, culture, and heritage on the continent was inspired by the African Union Agenda 2063 and your support to our programs, especially the drafting of the Common African Position on restitution of heritage resources and promotion of the creative economy. As we celebrate the African Union and African AU's 60th anniversary today, I wish to strongly call upon all of us to strengthen this collaboration with our traditional leaders for enhanced well-being of our people and communities through the promotion of our African cultural renaissance, identity, history, and shared values. Allow me to conclude by wishing you a very fruitful meeting, and I look forward to the meeting outcomes. Happy Africa Day to all. I thank you very much for your very kind attention. They would need at African Union to have the deliberations and the declarations that we'll have here, because they need to take things forward. Thank you very much.
Beg your clements, because we have the honor in the House of having Honorable Mr. Sylvan Osoro, the Member of Parliament of Kenya, representing South Muguranga, Kisii County, who is here to honor
occasion. And when I got to hear about it yesterday, I felt embarrassed as a person from the legislative arm of government that we did not create time and space for it as a legislature. And I felt a bit guilty by the mere But all said and done, I have gone through and the royal principle, but I must say that I'm mesmerized by the progressive nature of you, Your Highness, in terms of the planning and getting directly involved on developmental agenda in Africa. Previously, we used to regard the Royal Highness and, the royalty as cultural events and, it's all about culture and excitement and such like that, putting people together and such. But the fact that you now want to be directly involved to the development of the continent beyond, I think it's about time that we also get involved directly from the national government. To close this ceremony tomorrow so that you guys can be able to be well recognized. Number two, I now pose a challenge to the organizers. I have come all the way from the western part of this country, and that is Kisii. And so next time when you plan, kindly, please come to Kisii. I mean, because, and for our guest, Kisii is about 1,500 kilometers or so, or 1,000 kilometers from here. It's quite far. But I've made a commitment to join you. So the honor that I expect, Your Highness, and with humility, is that in the next event, plan it in Kisii. We've got a very working county government and governor who is willing to join us and work together with us, partner with you in terms of development, and support everything that is within the county government. And that is our goal. And finally, with your indulgence, I came with the Volvo director, Mr. John. I don't know whether he's listening. He's the director of Volvo. And very important, and we really must join and support you entirely. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Has a division just one from the representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, just a word for our guests from the diaspora.
through education, science, culture,
Anne is carrying the message from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Kenya. So it's not just her, she's a bearer of a message from the Minister. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and sorry for that. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For our visitors, welcome to Kenya. I am honored to share with you of many diverse ethnic groups, each with its own unique cultural practices and traditions. From the Maasai people with their colorful beadwork practices and traditions. Again, from the Maasai and distinctive dresses. To the Kikuyu people with their traditional music and distinctive, again, dress. Kenya is a melting point of rich cultural diversity. One of the most striking aspects of Kenyan culture is its vibrant music and dance. Kenyan sound that is both lively and melodious. Kenyan dance is equally captivating, with each ethnic group having its own distinctive style and move that reflects their cultural identity. Another significant aspect of Kenyan culture is in its food. Kenyan cuisine is fusion of various flavors and cooking styles, reflecting the country's diverse ethnic makeup, from the staple ugali to the popular nyama choma, which is grilled meat, to the mouth-watering pilau rice. Kenyan cuisine is an experience in itself. Kenya is also known for the world-renowned wildlife and natural beauty. The Maasai, one of Kenya's most popular, the Maasai Mara, one of Kenya's most popular wildlife reserves, is home to the Big Five, game animals in many many must visit Kenya, Maasai Mara. For anyone seeking an unforgettable safaris experience. In conclusion, Kenya's rich cultural heritage is a testament to the country's diverse ethnic makeup and its long, rich history. We are proud of our traditions and cultural practices, and we invite you to experience the beauty and the uniqueness of Kenya's rich cultural heritage, which includes Mount Kenya, which is the second highest mountain in Africa, which also is a popular destination for adventure seekers and nature lovers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Namboka. I can see he's quickly marching to the front. Ambassador Namboka. Yes, we are waiting. You are welcoming Dr. Brown. Yeah. Can we sing the Aido theme? DJ, give us the Aido theme. And because we've been sitting for a long time, if you feel like standing, you are allowed to stand. Follow your hearts. Follow your hearts. And just make some movements to the music, just to get your system circulating again. Yes, please. Yeah, that's. South Africans. You know, South Africans have the African spirits. Yes, please come up here as we wait for Ambassador. Correct, correct.
For this, I repeat, I tend to forget that I need a microphone. I have the honor to say a word in a way of introducing our keynote speaker. Kindly bear with me as I say these words before she comes to address you as our keynote speaker for the day. Our keynote speaker is going to be, sorry. Our keynote speaker is going to be speaking in lieu of Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, who is the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, and he is a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations Committee official, and global public activist. A director of this SAGIROR Financial Corporation PLC, the largest financial company in the Caribbean region. He is chairman of the Caribbean Examination Council, the former chair of the University of the West Indies, chair of the Caribbean Community, that's CARICOM, Commission on Reparations and Social Justice. He's also the president of the Universities of Caribbean and an editor of the UNESCO General History of Africa series, and director of the Global Tourism Resilience Crisis Management Center. He has also served as an advisor to the United Nations World Cultural Report and advisor to the Secretary General of the United Nations Vice Chairman of the International Task Force for UNESCO Slave Route Project, and a past consultant for the UNESCO Cities for Peace and Global Program. Our distinguished keynote speaker stands for a person who has received numerous awards, including honorary doctors of letters from the University and the University of Glasgow, University of Hull, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, in recognition of his contribution to academic research on transatlantic slavery, popular culture, and sport. In 2017, the town of Hartford in the state of Connecticut in the United States declared the 21st of March Sir Hilary Beckles Day, in recognition of his global contribution to social justice and human equality. He is also the recipient of the prestigious Dr. Martin Luther King debuted in the prestigious Time Higher and Time Higher Education (THE) ranking in 2019, when it was ranked in the top 4 of the world's best universities. In 2020, the University of West Indies earned a triple first accolade as the #1 university in the Caribbean, among the top 1% in Latin America, and top 1% of worldwide universities between 50 and 80 years old. Continuing its upward trajectory, in 2021, the University of the West Indies, of which our keynote speaker, who is being represented here, was ranked among the, among the top 1.5 of universities ranked globally at the THE, and he has spearheaded speaker who is being represented today. Cable television programming made possible by creation of a public information and education service for the University of West Indies Television. Finally, the personality who is going to be represented here by Dr. Brown, Sir Hilary Beckles, has lectured extensively in Europe, Africa, Asia, and America, and has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and more than 20 academic books. Your Majesties, Princesses, honorable members, allow me now to call upon Dr.
Thank you, Ambassador Namboka. And Bayete, Bayete, Emuria Koliai, Ateker Kobusi. Lovely. It is indeed a pleasure. Your Highnesses, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies. I know we are running a little late, and I'll try not to be too long because I know it's lunchtime. I guess at this point, the only thing I can really claim in common with Professor Beckles is that we have the same name. And sometimes you will hear the two Hillarys at the CARICOM representation. That he was not able to be here. He really wanted to be here. He had confirmed his attendance months ago. And so it is with immense regret, and he asked me to convey that due to illness. He wasn't well enough to travel. So I'm trying to fill very big shoes, and I hope to be able to do him justice. I have to say that a year ago, I was Dr. Hilary Brown, slaving away at the CARICOM Secretariat with a clear and acute sense of having roots in Africa. Well, 1 year later, having met through Chief Samson Esudu, His Royal Highness Paul Jones Aganda and Queen Grace Aganda and the entire Aido network. I can now say that 1 year later, I am Queen Ajanuta Chom II from Africa, and very proudly wear royal community. So thank you very much for the honor that has been bestowed on me. And so what I wanted to first say is that since 2018, when Professor Beckles went to an international colloquium on reparations in Benin, as soon as he returned to Kingston, the first thing he told the CARICOM Reparations Commission was that to bring delegation of kings and queens to the Caribbean to reconnect with the diaspora. And so from 2018, it has been on our agenda that we would have, that we would facilitate, that we hoped to have this kind of reconnection. And every meeting we would come and we would say, well, Prof. Beckles, what is happening with the delegation of kings and queens? And it was a recurring item on the agenda. But it really wasn't until a year ago that this became a reality through the connection that we have made and the collaboration that we have forged with the Aido network. So in a real sense, in just over a year, we have become family. We have welcomed African traditional leaders to Guyana, to Antigua, to Jamaica, and now here we are making another very profound step in that journey of reconnection, and we have all returned home to Kenya. I know this is an emotional and moving time for many of us, and perhaps will be among our most cherished memories. And so really a heartfelt thank you to Team Kenya and to everybody who has made this possible. We have always known that Africa is in us. It defines who we are, what we aspire to be, and we have never forgotten that our roots were right here in Africa. And in many ways, it is the culture, the cultural expressions that we have been enjoying since we're here. It is the culture that has kept us connected and kept that spirit alive and enabled us to survive the traumas of enslavement and separation from the continent. It is in the way in which we celebrate life, in music, in dance, through the food. We have been having such a great time here at the hotel looking at the similarities between the food that we're eating here and the food that we know at home. And there are so many similarities. But it is also that sense of identity that enabled us to survive and to continue to be Africans away from Africa. It was indeed a watershed moment in 2013 when our heads of government of CARICOM took that historic decision to go after Europe, to pursue Europe for reparations on behalf of the people of the Caribbean for the crimes against humanity that had been committed. And these are indisputable. Over 150 years of European-inflicted genocide on the indigenous people of the Caribbean, 300 years of the trade in enslaved Africans and chattel enslavement in the Caribbean, indentureship of East Indian and Chinese migrants, and then another 100 years of debilitating colonialism, and which I know the African continent is very familiar with as well. And through all of these systems of oppression, race and identity was consolidated as not to mention 6 to 8 weeks in the sweltering, cramped hold of a ship crossing the Atlantic. And you know, as I came to this conference and was on that flight from New York for 14 hours and complaining and why the seat is so tough and why am I in the bulkhead, and I thought about the ancestors and what they would have gone through. I was lucky to get here in 14 hours. It took them 6 to 8 weeks, boiling up in the bottom of a ship to reach to the Caribbean. And not to mention, thrown to the sharks if supplies were low, if there was an outbreak of disease, or if there was just too much fighting and resistance. The mortality rate on slave ships were typically upwards of 50%. And then there was the genocidal policy of chattel enslavement in the Caribbean and the Americas. And by chattel, we mean property. You can be bought and sold and inherited. Not to mention the sexual exploitation of women and men as a daily occurrence. And then it was enshrined in law that Africans were not humans. And can you imagine that? That Africans were not humans and denied their humanity and their human rights. Not allowed to practice their language, religion, culture, not allowed to keep your African name. The minute you landed in the Americas, you had to take the name of the slave master, and then there was a branding of the shoulder so that, Caribbean historians estimate that of the 12 to 15, the majority of whom went to Brazil. At emancipation, you only had 700,000. So that tells you that's a survival rate of 25%, because the policy was work you to death in 10 years and replace you. The policy in the Caribbean was not about trying to grow the population, which was more so in the United States. But I think critically, the ideology of anti-black racism and the practice of institutional racism were developed, expanded, and entrenched across Europe and the Americas through slavery. We didn't have racism before slavery. And then race being used as the prism through which to determine your right to freedom, to life, to equality, to self-determination, to wealth accumulation, education, and the list goes on. So the debt has not been paid for systemic exploitation, the pain and suffering, the psychological harm, leading to persistent poverty in the Caribbean and in parts of Africa to this very day. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was for that reason that the descendants of the victims have issued this strident call for reparations, for repair, for restitution and compensation, for satisfaction, and for a guarantee of non-repetition. And so the CARICOM Reparations Commission was born in 2013 and now has 11 of the 14 independent member states represented on that commission, and the UWI being a founding member as well. And this action was a long time in coming, building on a long-standing tradition of activism by Rastafari, by Pan-Africanists, by the artists in the region. And in many ways, they have kept that spirit alive. It is our greatest proponents of, for example, of reggae music, Bob Marley and Peter Tosh, who kept that consciousness and kept that spirit and always reminded us about the days of slavery and reminded us that we had a right always to be free and that an injustice, a great injustice, had been done to us. So gradually, there has been an acknowledgement of the need for structural transformation of the world economy. for the dismantling of structural racism and redress for systemic injustices and underdevelopment. Reparations is a rallying cry and a call to action globally to restore the dignity of the victims and their descendants and to fight against racism and inequality which prevent Africans from enjoying the full complement of their human rights. Monetary compensation is but one component of the repair, which should begin with an apology and a commitment to repair the damage across multiple social, economic, and cultural dimensions. And I won't say too much about the CARICOM 10-point plan now because I know we have a panel coming and I'm certain they will be going into that in more detail. And it can be said that in 2020, with the killing of George Floyd in the United States, it really ushered in a new era, a new phase of consciousness across the globe. And the protests against racism that were ignited in major cities, which included tearing down statues, glorifying slave traders and colonizers, served as a catalyst for deeper investigations into the historical links with slavery of an increasing number of academic institutions, churches, private corporations, and affluent families. And I'm certain we have all been hearing in the news of the Trevelyan family from Grenada that went to Grenada in February, issued an apology for the about £3 million that they earned, that they inherited at emancipation. They owned in inverted commas, 1,000 enslaved, just over 1,000 Africans in Grenada. And since then they have formed an institution called the Heirs of Slavery, where they have brought other wealthy British families together and they now say that they are going to help the Caribbean and the Americas to lobby the British government for reparations for the region. United States, re-energized by the National African American Reparations Commission in 2015, they have also articulated a 10-point plan like CARICOM's, and progress is being made in the United States Congress with the H.R. 40 bill to study and develop reparations proposals, as well as a host of other actions being taken in California, in Evanston, Illinois, which I'm sure you have heard of. But for the remainder of the time, where I really want to focus our attention is on the pivotal role that Africa plays in this conversation, in this human rights movement that has gained so much traction in the 21st century. The heads of state and governments of the African Union and the Caribbean community met on the 7th of September in 2021 for the first Africa CARICOM Summit, and I think we were all really shocked to find that throughout our history, this is the first time that the heads of government of CARICOM and the heads of government of Africa met together. And it was hosted by then President of Kenya, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta. So, kudos to Kenya. And the theme of the summit was unity across continents and oceans, opportunities for deepening integration. And so the objective of this historic summit was to reaffirm those bonds of ancestry and friendship between Africa and CARICOM, and the fact that we are observing the International Decade for People of African Descent. All of these are relevant parts of the context and the background to the collaboration and the discussion that we're now having in this convention. But I want to highlight that the groundwork for the reparations movement was laid long ago and in collaboration with forward-thinking activists and intellectuals right here on the continent. The current phase of CARICOM's historic call for reparations derived energy and inspiration from the staging of the first international conference on reparations in Lagos in 1990. This effort was pioneered a well-known Pan-Africanist. And so this led what was then the Organization of African Unity, now the AU, to establish a group of eminent persons and on reparations. And they had a major conference in 1993. So isn't that 20 years ago? So this reparations agenda that might seem as though it has come out of nowhere and we're now engaging Africa, we're actually coming full circle. And it was Africa and the Caribbean that started to forge this agenda more than 20, or is it 30 years ago? The math is failing me now. So they issued the Abuja Declaration, and the declaration called for the paying of reparations colonization and neocolonialism. And Chief Abiola is quoted as saying, "Our demand for reparations is based on the tripod of moral, historic, and legal arguments. Who knows what path Africa's social development would have taken if our great centers of civilization had not been raised in search of human cargo? Who knows how our economies would have developed?" And we know the story of Durban. We know that we took a wrong turn in Durban, where we saw divide and rule at play, and where Africa's government representatives buckled under the pressure of the Western nations and did not vote with the Caribbean on the text of the Durban Declaration that confirmed that Europe for which reparatory justice was due. But this we know must never and will never happen again if we are all committed to the unifying concept of a global Africa, which is incorporated in our theme for today, advancing a human rights agenda for global Africa. And this term, global Africa, has come into prominence through the work of a Kenyan social scientist. Kenya is really featuring today. A Kenyan social scientist, Ali Mazuri, who claimed, "We define global Africa as the continent of Africa plus its diaspora." So it's a fancy name, but it really just means Africa working in collaboration with her diaspora. And we know we have also received good support from the President of Ghana, who expressed a year ago that Africa and the African diaspora are long overdue and the call needs to be intensified for reparations. And he said the entire continent of Africa deserves an apology from Europe for the crimes and damage to the population, the psyche, the image, and the character of the African the world over. But with respect to our traditional leaders and our royal families in Africa, I wanted, many of you were not at the convention in Atlanta, and neither were you in Jamaica, and I wanted to share some of those words of wisdom that we received from Professor Beckles, better known to us in this context as Papa Osikal, His Royal Highness Papa Osikal II, And I must tell you, he loves the name. And he had some special reflections on the role of our African traditional leaders in this movement for reparatory justice. So at the convention in Atlanta, he said, "Today, we are speaking about the return of our royals to the center stage of, because there is a great role and mission for them." And he pointed out that the royal families were specifically targeted, and he pointed this out in our Reparations and Royalty Symposium in Jamaica in February as well, that royalty in Africa were particularly targeted by the European powers in their quest to conquer Africa, because they knew that once they had broken and destroyed the royal families, the communities would be scattered and would easily fall victims to the slave trade. So the British government, and in fact all of the European governments, gave specific instructions, and the records are there in the archives in Europe, to the military garrisons in Africa, that they must eliminate any of the kings and queens and chiefs who were resisting the slave trade. And I think we did a good job in February of really addressing this issue of whether our African royals were collaborators and supporters of the slave trade, because so much of the resistance has not been told, but it is there in the history, and there was a lot of resistance. And communities were moving, were constantly trying to escape this. Royal families of Africa were on the receiving end of that violence. And had it not been that the royal family had, royalty in Africa had shown resistance, shown responsibility for their communities, he says that the royal family tradition would not have survived to the present. So I think we really need to celebrate our African royalty for the way in which they really did support and fight against European oppression. I think too that the partnership that we have been developing with our traditional leaders between CARICOM and Aido is indeed putting our royals right back at the center of the development of global Africa. I want to thank the Aido royal community, through His Highness Paul Jones Aganda, your president, for conveying to King Charles's advisors recently, around the time of the coronation, that reparations for Africans is an area of concern and top priority to our traditional leaders. Give your president a hand. More work to do. So I think we can really conclude by saying that this 21st century movement for reparations and reparatory justice, that this needs to be really a primary focus for us as traditional leaders, as civil society, as governments, both in Africa and in the Americas. Osikola said we must empower each other. We must amplify our voices. And we must put our royals back at the center of history, and that we wish to hear your voices speaking for us, for all of us as Global Africa. So really that is the charge. That is the charge. We want to hear your voices as traditional leaders. We want to see you back at the center stage of the development of Global Africa, which is Africa and diaspora. We want to hear your voices speaking for us. And we want you to play your part in ensuring that your people are unified and together and not scattered. Yesterday, the 25th of May, was Africa Liberation Day, founded in 1958 by Kwame Nkrumah on the occasion of the first conference of the independent states held in Ghana. And this year the theme is imperialism and neocolonialism must be destroyed. And in addition, we're now coming to the end of the International Decade for People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, which has been observed under the theme Recognition, Justice, and Development. But we know we have only scratched the surface. And so really what I want to say to you today is that the time has come. The time is now. The time has come for Africa and her diaspora to speak with one voice to advance Africa's liberation from neocolonialism and racism. It is time we speak with one voice to call for complete respect for the human rights of African people. We must stand together and issue a strong call for the observance of a second international decade for people of African descent. And finally, it is time that Africa and her diaspora come together with firm resolve, with one voice, to claim our rights to reparatory justice. I thank you. Bayete. Sorry.
A clap. It would be healthy for us to stretch the legs a little bit before we go on to the panel, or because we are only 30 minutes, is it? We've been sitting, and in school you make people stand, but we cannot because we've got royalties here. How many? 15 minutes. 50 or 15? 15 minutes to lunch. Well, according to the MC, we've only got 15 minutes to lunch. I beg we give it ourselves. Let's stretch legs, talk to each other, walk and have some fresh air, and within 15 minutes, lunch will be ready to be used. Allow me to go to
Thank you very much. The program is very progressive because government officials keep coming in and we honestly cannot keep them out. But we have very important activities to finalize this afternoon. We therefore are inviting Martin to come up front as we organize for the panel and his panelists. As you were informed from the morning that our lunch today will be served rather late, and we pray that psychologically you're ready for that. We are in here for a while. Keep the spirit up because there are important matters to be settled. Bayete!
It looks like we go to the panel.
Yes. Yes. So we'll get to the chairs.
Standing and stretching.
Yeah. Well, Your Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, friends, Bayeti. We're going to hold the panel now, and I'm going to introduce the people. I think we need some chairs on the stage. Yep, they're coming. I will give you a brief rundown on who our panel will be, and once the chairs are on the stage, we'll need 5 chairs. There's some over there on the other side. Once the chairs are on the stage, I'll invite the panelists to please join us on stage. So, our panel will consist of Her Highness Grace Iganda. I think she needs no introduction because she is very well known. She is the program director of Aido, and I welcome her to the panel. The next panelist is Queen Cynthia Mzikilikazi III from South Africa, of the Mzilikazi. Sorry? 5. Our next panelist, who you've already seen this morning, is Dr. Makurini Amorgasa VII, who is the traditional king of the royal nation of Pakama communities in Tanya River, Kenya. He's a clinical researcher and management consultant with over 40 years' experience, a senior lecturer and dean of the School of Health and Human Sciences, and he's presently, amongst many other things I'm sure, project team leader for a proposed 2,000-bed university research and referral hospital, a very large project. And our other panelist is Patrick Ocheng, founding director of Ujana Center, which is a social justice non-government organization, building organization, working with many social movements, steering them to to bring the world greater equality, social and environmental justice. He's had 20 years experience in human rights, natural resources, land and climate justice. Please welcome Mr. Patrick Ocheng. Yes, here he is. Do you mind if I sit in the middle? Then it'll be easier to moderate. Yeah. Okay. wishes to cover and highlight. Human rights is a wide subject. And so today we want to focus on the subject of the rights of children and women. Why? Why? Because the family is essential to a strong society. And to undermine the family is to invite moral decay in society. So if the family is essential to society, then honesty and trust and love is essential to family. Human rights is essential to society, and they interweave together. There are basic rules and standards which we as a world, in fact, have come to agree upon. There is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights upon I also want to focus on is that we're focused on solutions. We want to identify problems, but we are oriented towards solutions. So this panel, I would like to maybe identify problems, but then we'll go on to solutions. And so each panelist is going to have 5 minutes to introduce their issue, and then we will go into a broader discussion. We are going to have our academics, or our more academic oriented to start. The ladies are going to have the last word. And I'll pass the microphone to Michael Ochong. Please give us a summary.
Comrades and friends, as I've been introduced, my name is Patrick Ochieng, a human rights defender of many years. If in my language you find lack of finesse or diplomacy, it's because for many years I've been speaking truth to power. And sometimes when you speak truth to power, diplomacy jumps out of the window. I just want to share some solutions. I've been listening to discussions since morning, and I have a proposition for royalties and kingdoms. And my proposition is that we should embrace customary law Because if we do, it may be our best. Upwards of 200 people to a religious cult somewhere in a place called Shakahola. The numbers are greater than that, but I know not all the bodies have been recovered. And many of the people we lost in this massacre were children. I know that in African traditions and religions, there can be no way that we can compel children to fast in the name of God. These children, I am sure, might have been chained and tied and tortured for them to withstand hunger for so many days until they met their deaths. And I want to talk about this in relation to customary law communities and communities that follow culture. Although we have analyzed all the problems that we do have as Africa in terms of human rights, one serious problem that I would like to speak about and offer some solutions is this whole question of impunity and weak rule of law. I think this is at the core of some of the things that I think traditional rulership could focus on, going forward. There are a number of things that worry me when we think about customary law systems in our world. And there are severe distortions of our customs by colonial impositions, because colonists came in and imposed very different cultures on us, and therefore we've been pursuing a justice system that cannot work for us. I call it English law. Wishes us to do that I don't think will help the cause of a new Africa. So I want to applaud Aido and the cultural institutions that are here for nurturing kingships and chieftaincy, because I think it's the best way out for this community. In our context, for example, in Kenya, the English law imposed on us a provincial administration that runs our life up to the smallest village through somebody called the chief, and something that was called the Chiefs Authority Act, whose intention was to control what Africans do. Europeans believed that Africans like engaging in excessive drinking and dancing, and so the chief was supposed to control our dancing and our drinking. The chief could force us to do labor because the act gave him power to do so. And so these are some of the things that have eroded our customs, and so we are not able, as majority customary law communities, to do the things that we wish to do. The African is at a crossroads, and the African is not sure whether he should follow his education or he should follow urbanization, so that calls himself an urbanite, and so behaves urban. When he goes to the village, he remembers that he's a villager and behaves like a villager. When he's amongst his community, he remembers that he has a local language that he needs to speak with his people, and so he does that. So we have ended up with an African whose identity is not very clear. And I think this is something royalties, chieftaincies, and kingdoms that are here can pick up, and it's a discussion that I really would wish to invite you to think through very carefully. State law has imposed on us very insensitively rules, do's and don'ts, a very fixed hierarchical system of state law that says negotiate. We can't agree on things. The law says you do this, or the law says you don't do that. And if you do this, we punish you. That's not how customary law communicates. Of law that recognizes that customary law is also a source of law. And therefore, if you have a dispute and you wish to adjudicate that dispute using your custom, that the Constitution recognizes that. In our context in Kenya, the Constitution speaks about customary law only in the negative and says, if it tend to this Constitution, then it's okay. But if it is repugnant, and who decides what is repugnant? It's a conversation I wish to open so that we ask our countries to put in our constitutions that customary law is a source. You are a leader of your customary law communities, an alternative institution which is our landscape. A lot that I could speak about this. It's a discourse that I would like to invite and women rights activists who say cultural laws are inherently dangerous to women's rights because there's
and we should start by thanking them and for those children, and children's rights begin there. We do hope that you are all well and in good health. I would wish to first and foremost convey the greetings of the people from the royal nation of Pokomo community and to acknowledge the speakers who had gone before me, especially the presentation we had from my brother Peter Mumia, which was quite outstanding, not because he's from Kenya, but I think he really tickled my mind. The Pokomo are a group of communities numbering from 11 to 21, depending on who's counting them. I don't want to, tire you in telling you exactly where they are, but they're just a bit north of the coastal region. They're on the northern tip of the coastal region. What I wanted to share with you with relevance to what we are having today is the governance system vis-a-vis women's rights and the rights of children. The communities have an elaborate governance structure which blends federal, autocratic, and democratic systems. It cannot be classified because it is not a modern, not modern, it's modern of course, but it is not we have 3 independent but interdependent chambers of activity of government. We have the upper chamber where we can have an equivalent and call it a privy council, the Wakijo. Then we have the General Council of Elders, which is called the Wagasa, and more importantly, the General Council of Women, Wake, which is Kijoke Wake, which means loosely the government of women. All had legislative and judicial role, but out of the 3, only the Kijo and the Kijo Kiawake had the mandate to mete out corporal punishment. That is, they could mete out punishment which would actually cause you bodily harm. Not that the Council of Elders could not do this. They would arbitrate and look at systems of restitution and reparations, but not causing harm to a person. But the women had this power. And their invariable role of custodians of law of the people, especially that of the Kijo, as well as vesting the membership of the Kijo by invitation only. The all-powerful, and it was really all-powerful, Kijo Kewake, that means the Council of Women, would be able to give out or mete out punishments on matters touching on women and children, and therefore giving protection to women's rights and children's rights with no limit. The only person who is sort of saved from the wrath of the women is the higher, that is me. And if one of my friends, the royalties, comes there, they are part of me and therefore we are immune. But that doesn't mean it's absolute immunity. They can actually impeach me and they can be granted the impeachment if it's a grand larceny. And there are various support systems which are in the society to safeguard the structures which have been put there. There is a system where we work for each other. Basically, it is the Ubuntu system where you are, I am because of who you are, and you are because of who I am. And this we have 3 systems, the Mkao, Hando, and Sindika. And all this is used at different levels to help out people in the society. Mostly, I would wish to just mention clearly that the Sindika system is where you go and help the most vulnerable people in the community to reach their goals pro bono. Nobody pays you. We all have to go and help this woman whose husband has died and she is being rained on. We have to go and build her thatch her house. There are these children who are going hungry and their farm is having a lot of weeds. We all go as a community to do the work there. Pro bono, nobody has to give. It's not the richest person in the land, but the whole community. This mambo ya wazungu. My brains are not here, but they just, it just helps me. In a nutshell, in the communities, and I don't think this is only peculiar to the Pokomo community, I think the royals who are here, Bwana President, my brother Mumia, I think in all these African communities, the woman had a special place. The time the woman got lost is when he has been told that they are treated as minorities, or is it minority or small, lesser people? I have a queen next to me here. If it's in Europe, I mean, we would not be having this queen coming here and being brought in front of us with a lot of pomp and circumstance, which I didn't come with, by the way, and I was very proud of that. It showed the Africanness and actually women right in practice. And in conclusion, I've seen I'm taking 7 minutes, just 1 more minute, sir. And you will please bear with me. The king's roles should be apart from, I mean, the royals, the African royals, apart from all, they should be, among others, be the custodians or come up with an alternative dispute resolution, which I'm glad my brother who spoke before me has mentioned, and protection of women, children, and the most vulnerable members of our communities. These are a special category which it is not that they are under the protection, but they belong to the royal who is the holder of state in that community. They should champion human rights as chiseled in our diverse cultures and traditions, where we can tease out the laws and the rules that champion human rights. Entrenching social support systems and resource mobilization. I would wish to point just one last thing as a parting shot. We are told about female genital mutilation as a very terrible crime. Yes, I believe it is. But I don't believe we have to put these people who practice it in jail. We have to go and discuss with them, reach an understanding, and I think they are not averse to listening. So we have to go and have some dialogue. Today, in the morning, somebody mentioned about these issues which are being put in our systems, is same-sex marriages and things like that. And one day I just woke up at night very shocked. And I said, if what we are doing is female genital mutilation, when people go and actually change the sex of a person from a man to woman, you remove everything and put something else. From a woman to man, you remove everything and put something else. What level is that mutilation? Or is that, what sort of barbarism is that? They call us barbarians, but what sort of barbarism is that? I think I will rest there. Sometimes I may go into another world altogether with all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, a lot to think about and discuss here. Now, we're going to have something that was not planned. but I would like to invite onto the stage here Prince Victoria Iganda. She is an exemplary person of youth. Victoria, please come. She is actually going to give us, she was on the program, she was going to give us a short poem a bit earlier, and due to the whole, Victoria, please come here. Yeah. Due to the squeeze schedule, she got a little bit bumped. Now I'm bumping her back. So please, yeah, stand or sit as you wish.
Hello.
She's going to give us a poem, okay?
Hello everybody, I'm Victoria Iganda and I'm 11 years old. Today I'll be reciting a poem about human rights. Human rights for human beings. Every person has these rights. All people, big or small, have the right to be heard. The right to be free in a free and fair world. To uphold equality, we must learn to be kind, treat each other with respect. Do for others as you would wish to be done to yourself. The fate of many lives today lie in our blessed hands, our brothers and our sisters looking up to us for today. Feed the hungry, help the poor, let the children go to school. The world can be a better place, a place for all to live in peace. It all begins with you and me, it starts with all of us today. We can do something good, so do something good today. We talk about human rights because we are all human. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much. Beautiful. And you know, this is a poem she wrote herself. It's not something she's just reading. She wrote it herself. So. Okay, let's continue with the panel. Who's next? Johan. You're next. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. And I would also like to appreciate my daughter, Victoria. Well done. Thank you. You know, in Aido, we are educators, and we believe that people have different learning styles. Some people are visual, some people are audio, some people prefer the artists. So when Victoria said she wanted to present a poem, I said, well, that might communicate to someone. So all arenas of learning are appreciated. And I think that ties down with what His Majesty said, that sometimes people just need to be educated. I believe there's goodness in each one of us. Sometimes people act out of ignorance. So before you go and put cuffs around somebody's hand, let them know that what their great-grandparents have done over the years, what they think is the norm, does not have to be that way, and things can be different. So moving forward, education, education, and enlightenment. And the word of God says that many times our people perish due to lack of knowledge. So we believe in the power of education and enlightenment. And it's on that note that I would like to add to what His Majesty said in regard to the performing artists that presented to us. I would like to appreciate their mentor, their teacher, the lady who has stood with them, taught them, and supported them up to this level. Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our sister Elizabeth? A round of applause for Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth, for everything you're doing with those children. And as you plant into their lives, may yours equally be enriched. Now, back to the subject of human rights. I believe today is another opportunity for us to reflect on how we are doing in keeping our children safe. We want an Africa that is fit for all children, a place where all our children can achieve their full potential. We often state that investing in the children is investing in the future, but we need to practically demonstrate that if our children are our future, then we need to be seeing, to be investing in them and making this world a better place for them, where each of them can be the best version of themselves. I appreciate and recognize the different progressive journeys, organizations, individuals who are working towards children's rights. But over the years, I know a lot of progress has been made, but there still remains a lot of work to be done. Let me begin right from birth. Sorry. Let me begin right from birth. We might realize that millions of our children, right from birth, do not have the opportunity to receive a legal identity. Why? Because their births are never registered. These children have no birth certificate. Grandma will tell them, well, I know it was during the harvest season that you were born. But in the 21st century, this cannot work. So we are limiting our children's opportunity right from the time they step into the world. Because one, the government will not be able to plan adequate services, not knowing the proper statistics. Two, these children will not be able to tap into international opportunities. I have seen situations where adults, they are adults now, are asked their date of birth. And at different times, they are giving different dates of birth. And some of them are considered by the international governments to be dishonest or fraudulent. Yet you and me know that they are genuinely innocent and just do not know. And because they have just randomly come up with the date of birth, they are bound to forget and another time give another and another. In the Western world, knowing your date of birth is as good as knowing your name. You cannot make a mistake about your name. So they cannot comprehend how some of our children actually do not know their dates of birth. I believe this is a gap in the healthcare system, and this is something that can be easily corrected, especially with the modern technology. So then again, that goes back to our leadership and the responsible people to catch up with the times and try and bridge such gaps so as to give our children a head start with life. This moves on to, actually, while we are still on the health sector, this also demonstrates a big gap in the lack of healthcare services. Most of these things I'm saying, I believe, are familiar to many of us. But sometimes we just need to be reminded lest we forget. So healthcare remains unacceptably high across many of our African countries. Article 24 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Children states that every child has a right to the best health and that it's the government's responsibility to provide this for these children. But unfortunately, many of our children, you may as well know it, may grow up into adulthood without having access to professional medical help. This is not what should be happening, and as leaders, we need to be thinking twice, and even where possible, thinking of how we can meet government at their point of need. I think on this note, if I reflect on what happened yesterday, I would like to uphold and also celebrate a testimony of persons in the person of Professor John Charles Okiria, our own brother, who took it upon himself to be part of the solution because he stepped right to the grassroots, if I may use His Majesty King Tanya's words, bottom-top approach. And while others are looking at the city centers and all, he went and invested where the need is needed most. Not only did he place medical centers among his people, he also decided that I'll not only give them fish, but I'll teach them how to fish. That is why he set up the nursing home such that these individuals will learn to look after the needs of their own people. I think such an effort deserves acknowledgement. And I believe many of us are doing similar things in other areas. We need to be celebrated and to encourage many others to join the effort. That does not mean that government should fold their hands and not meet their responsibility. No, government needs to lead on this because they have the mandate to do that. Let us also touch on the issue of education. We pride ourselves in saying that education is the key to the future. But ironically, this is not reflected in the educational opportunities that we are offering our children. Millions of our children today are out of school. One wonders, where are these children when they are not in the classroom? But most importantly, what are they doing when they are not at school? In the eastern part of Uganda, and this might be in any other area across Africa, we have a group of children today referred to as Okadibong. I think that is correct, Okadibong. Correct, thank you. My sisters are aware of it. So these are children who have no program, and I think it got worse after COVID. These are children who have no agenda. They have no program. They don't know what their purpose and destiny is. So all they do is in the evenings, they look out to the community and find out where the next social occasion is. And they do gather there in their numbers. And when we talk in their numbers, we are not talking in tens, but sometimes in hundreds. This is a potential challenge. It already is a challenge for our communities. And unless as leaders in our different capacities we address it now, we are bound to reap the consequences of this. So please, there is work to be done. Not only that, 3 days ago, this brings me down actually, it connects it to children who are not where they are meant to be. That is under adult supervision or pursuing their careers, their education, and likewise. If anything, it actually ties in with child poverty. A few days ago, I did go to Mombasa High Street. Am I good with time? And it broke my heart. I know I have known about it, and I have seen it on TV and experienced it years ago, but it was just a renewal of a visual truth. Babies laying down on the street. And I said, no, this is not wrong. Government officials driving past, and it doesn't seem to be like there is a problem. And at night, these very leaders we have put into position will sleep comfortably, sound sleep, well, like a good baby, while what they witness on the street among the very people who put them into power is something that even a child would not be able to cope with. I was with my 2 children, and they handed over their pocket money. Well, I say that is very kind, but that is just a drop in the ocean, because the problem is bigger than this and needs greater solutions. So it is things like this that as leaders we need to be uncomfortable about. We cannot be comfortable about this. Why do you have 7, 10 mansions? You only have one body, you can only sleep in one bed. So, it is just, I'm sorry to put it this way with no offense to anyone, that is a spirit of greed. And if anything, in leadership, it's about service. So if you do not have a serving heart, leave the leadership for those who are ready to serve and do something else. Oh, sorry, my time is up. Can I just touch on one? Okay, I'll leave female genital mutilation because it has been well addressed. But this is a hot issue, and in brief, without going into detail, I will say this is a great violation of the rights of the child, and especially the girl. To put it plainly, this is just torture and it must stop. One more minute. Child marriages, and I finish with that. The issue of child marriages, and respectfully, sometimes when you speak to a topic where anyone has been part of it, we are not here to condemn. It's not about condemnation, it's about how can we move forward progressively as one family.
We know that our girl child has been sacrificed at the altar of child marriages by shameless men who have refused to accept that let a child be a child. This could be your daughter, it could be your sister, it could be, it doesn't even matter if they do not occur to you as any of these. But all we are saying is give these children an opportunity to explore and experience their potential, because we believe if you do so, later on, they will be part of the solution in moving our communities forward. Bayete.
Thank you so much. Straight from the heart. Queen Mzilikazi, it's for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wayman. I'm coming to the issue of women. And it's so touchy, because even the men that marginalize us women, they come from us. But when they are there, up there, they forgot where they're coming from. There is not even a single child that came from the tree. You are all born from a woman. But you forget when we are there that you are coming from the same person that you don't care about today. This is a very touchy issue. Women are so important, but they are a last thing from anybody. It's so hurting when you see a person selling her own daughter, forgetting that he's coming from the same person. You find children being sent to a forceful marriage, not given opportunity to grow, not given opportunity to be a woman, not even given opportunity to be educated. It's so, so bad. If we talk about women, where does a woman come from? Where does a woman go? A woman is a person who makes sure that even yourself as a man, you are taken care of. You go to work, you leave a woman, you know that children will be taken care of, children will eat, children today will be under safe place. Women are the ones who build the heart for their loved ones, even if a man is not there. But they are seen like a thing. This is a very touchy issue. So we are asking from women, human rights, that can women given opportunity to be educated? Can they be given opportunity to be in the leadership? For example, we've got a woman president in Malawi who once became a president, to show that women, they can be good leaders who think from our cultural leaders to say, let us change, let us go with the time. For instance, you know, all over in Africa, when the king dies, we used to bury them with their right hand. But it was abolished because it was inhuman to say if a king dies, people must run away because they know that they are target. They must be buried with the king. It's no longer happening. So we are not saying we are killing our culture, but we are saying let us move from things that are oppressing us as women. Let us go with times. We are not saying a culture is wrong. We are not saying culture must not be there, but we are saying let us respect women, let things be changed, and we as royal, I'm sitting here on behalf of royals. I'm saying in closing, things must be changed today, not tomorrow. And we women, we are asking for our rights as women. I thank you.
Thank you for your passion. Okay, what I would like to do now, because I'm also very aware that I'm keeping you from your lunch, I would like us to, each of us to give a few words on what practical solutions you see could be applied to implement the rights of women and children. You may have mentioned them already, but just, you know, in a few sentences, if you could highlight that, and we'll start again from Patrick.
Thank you so much. I just want to suggest to royalties and kingships that are here to impress upon governments to really integrate customary law systems in our justice system, not as an afterthought, but as one of the three sources of law in each of our republics. And let me also just make it clear that customary law is not a unified and static body of law that existed at a certain time in history. I think there is a tendency for people to think that customary law existed somewhere in the past. Used to. We did, you know, our olden days. No. Customary law is evolving, it's adapting, it's resilient, and it changes the way context and society changes. I would like to disabuse everyone who thinks that customary law was something static and in the past. So there is a distinction between living customary law and official customary law. In fact, English law has tried to write customary law so that then there are some written notions of customary law that they purport to be our rules and regulations. No, customary law is attested to orally. It's a conglomerate of varying localized systems. We observe them as communities, and each community is distinct from the other. And so let's also remove official customary law from our statute books. If you find a law that is called the cultural law of any country, that is not customary law. That is official law. It's denoted by the state. It is a distortion of the things that we do. Indigenous law is not fixed. It's not formally classified. It's not do's and don'ts. It doesn't attract rewards and punishment when you do and when you don't. And they are not rules that are ascertainable. They are constantly evolving. Those who are doing FGM are happy to negotiate themselves out of And the fact that we are customary law communities is not equivalent to a legal vacuum. Those who think that where people are practicing customs, there is no law, there's a vacuum, I would like you to push them to get out of that thinking, because we want to develop customary law. Customary law has been static, it has been frustrated by colonial and post-colonial regimes to a point of stagnation. And I think these institutions have a responsibility to wake it up and bring it back so that elders are not ignored anymore. Elders are integrated into state institutions to do the things that they do, and so that women and children can negotiate and campaign against, so that these distorted versions do not continue to dominate our discourses. I would have gone on and on about this, but I think that is enough for now.
Thank you very much. Patrick, I assure you I wasn't stealing your time. It's the moderator here. Thank you once more. I've been given a second bite of the cherry to say what are the practical steps. But as I move to that, you know, I'm a teacher. There's something which I want to share with you. When we go to the British, they tell you, where's your constitution? When steps or the practical steps we are taking towards supporting women and children. The biggest challenge women and children face is health. You know, me and you, when we have health problems, your wife is running helter-skelter to take care of you. But when she's sick, Mama John or Mama Salim she's not feeling well. Now what are you doing? I'm just going to the farm. You don't stop everything for her, and she stops everything for you. So we as a community, we are building 100 beds community hospital, and I'm glad that I heard from my in-laws, the TESO, that they've done a lot of that work. I thought I was coming to boast here, but the Mormor has beaten me to it. He has even a professor for a minister for health. But we are beating you because we have started and we have embarked on building 100 beds community hospital. I think it will be the first one in Kenya. And for that, it's because women are dying on the way to hospital because they are being transferred or referred, and children as well. And I think this has to stop. Number two is that I have worked with the women quietly. Don't go and tell people that I am working with the women. They'll kill me. And I have told them that they need to grab the space which they have ceded so that we can work together in making them stronger. And they have accepted it, and they have been working on it, and they have used it for practical purposes. Now we have to sit with the same group so that we can tease out from the tradition, from the culture, what is favorable for women and children. Lastly, Papa Mormor, everybody calls you Papa Mormor. So Papa, what my children call me, and I was thinking very positively about that. Now you have to go home, and I'm not only addressing you, my brother, but I'm also addressing my other colleagues. When our communities call us Papa, we have to be Papa for our communities. We have to think for the children. We have to think positively about them. I think I have the right to tease you, Papa. It's because at one point in my life, I had somebody from your people who was doing a bit of cooking for me. They told me you greet Abakro. And thank you very much. Bayete. And finally, I will also tell you that there is a simple word among the royal nation of Pokomo communities, which is said, Nages. It comes from Nagea. All is well. So even when we say, here people, Bayete, Nages, Bayete. Next time I will come and sessions like this with a chant which goes lale ho, lale ho, lale koso, kalme robalea, leg jibe, me warsesa, ho ha, ho ha, ho, ho ha. That one has been there for the past 600 years, and I think I will come and negotiate with my colleagues if we can adopt it, because it's simple and it rolls well in the tongue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. I've enjoyed listening to my fellow panelists, and I really would like to thank all of them for joining in this topic in the same spirit of Ubuntu. Because really, human rights, all we are talking about is justice, fairness, and as His Majesty said, just do to others as you'd like to be done to you. So all our hearts are in the right place, our minds are in the right place, and I believe moving forward, we shall be achieving positively. If I may, to my chair, Mr. Martin Waitman, I'll give a new problem and a new solution and use my 2 minutes as expected. The other problem, Mr. Martin Waitman, that I forgot to mention that is totally destroying our youth is the modern technology. This is a positive incentive, but because it is not monitored, it is not moderated, our children are accessing content that is destroying them day by day. And what I would request on this ground is that our able technical teams, wherever they are, just need to monitor, as well as parents, monitor the access to technology, that our children only are able to access what is fit for purpose. Then maybe I'll touch on one or two other solutions to the other problems. Personally, I believe the cake is there. The policymakers need to be leading in most of this, because to him who much is given, much is expected. We have placed them in position and told them the food needs to be served. The problem we have is who is cutting the cake. But worse still, and that is the national cake. But the bigger problem is who actually is eating this cake. So resources are being mismanaged, and it appears that there is nothing for the 90%, but the 1% have enough to take them to the 8th generation. This is not right. We have to stand up, condemn it, bring people to justice, and let the right thing be done. Bayete? The other thing I think we could do actually is we need to empower our children to be part of the solution. You know, part of our culture is that children should be seen but not heard. But that has to stop. There is proof, and we have proven it. Personally, working with young people, they've got brilliant ideas. They are always a step ahead of us.
We need to invite these children to these decision-making tables, and they need to be part of the conversation and part of the solutions. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that we need to hear the voices of the children, and then moving forward, they will be coming up with solutions that are fit for their particular problems and challenges that they are facing. Lastly, if I may, Mr. Martin Waitman, is implementation. You know, we have all these judgments, we have all these policies and all these laws, which I personally believe we should uphold. But I think the key is in implementation, implementation, and more implementation. What we want, what we all agree on. I think one thing we all agree on, or in which we shall be in agreement when it comes to children, we all agree. That one, there is no difference. But what we are looking for, as I conclude, is just to say, let's work towards establishing an Africa that is fit for children. Thank you. Bayete.
Bayete. Yeah. I don't know what to say. But what I want to talk about is a very sensitive issue. I'm diverting everything. I'm going to support my sister. We've got drugs. We don't have future children. We don't have future presidents. We don't have future kings and queens. And this thing, if it's not addressed, sitting here talking about human rights, we are wasting our time. This is a very sensitive issue that needs to be tackled now, today. We can talk about human rights, but I don't think our children, they've got rights to destroy themselves. We need to come up with something, some ideas, to say how can we help our children? How can we go about this situation that we are facing? We are mothers, we are crying. Our children are destroyed. The environment is killing our children. First, technology. My sister, Queen Aganda, talked about technology. Secondly, it's this drug. These drugs, as a mother, you give birth to your child. Tomorrow, you educate your child. Tomorrow, you see your child being on the street. This needs to be addressed. And I don't know how we're going to do it, but we must not ignore the issue of drugs. We are mothers, we are crying. We are royals, we are crying. We need to help each other to see how can we come about helping one another about this. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of the panel. I am told we have to wrap up at this point, and not surprisingly. I want to, just from my own part, talk a little bit about solutions. We've talked about human rights. I already mentioned yesterday that there is a program that is used in Aido, which is called Youth for Human Rights. There's a stand at the back there where you can find out more information. Why don't you stand up? Faith, is Faith and Teddy there? Please stand up. Thank you. Please get more information for them, because this is a program to educate young people about human rights, and it covers all aspects of human rights. And I think it's vital that we do that we already Queen Grace Agana has already spoken about education and the importance of it. So it is vital that we have tools that we can use to educate young people and older people as well. But let's work on younger people. This is the subject of this panel. And let's look at, we've talked about the decline of society and how society has degraded, in some places anyway, how society, how certain aspects of modernization has undermined traditional moral values. And, you know, people are often lost. They don't know what moral values are anymore. What is ethics? What are moral values? Many of them don't know, and it is a responsibility of our leaders to make sure that they do know. And there is another program I just wanted to mention, which is called The Way to Happiness, which is a common sense set of morals, which is applicable in any culture or any religion. It's non-religious, but it respects religion. So these are practical tools that can be used. So please see me, please see the team afterwards. And I thank the panelists very much. I wish we had a lot more time to go into this. We've only touched the area, but we've started, and this is the beginning of a discussion. We can continue it outside. And we have a question. Okay, I think we have to be quick on doing this, but I'm told we have to wrap up. Sorry? No, they don't work. They don't work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what I missed, but when I came in, it was more like a debate where, rather than a panel, where there are pros and cons. I've been sitting there the way you've arranged it, the women versus the men. I want to say that we are here on rights. The Bible, the first of the commandments is loving your neighbor as yourself. So he resolved that already. Our tradition, Ubuntu, that is there, is the same. You loving your neighbor as yourself. You are there because I'm there, I'm here. I'm here because you are there. And then, going by this book, the Human Rights Charter of 1948, the first of it, the UN, it says we are all born free and equal. So why do we waste our time interpreting our own background, our own conditions, using the perceptions of other people? I heard one of them talk about British interpretation. We are here in Africa, we do our own interpretations. When you talk about female genital mutilation, you forget that the men also go through a circumcision exercise that has the same risks that you are condemning it for the female genital mutilation. Our customs and traditions are a reflection of many years of our existence that our parents watched and saw before approaching or accepting something. Anyway, the laws, our custom, our tradition is always a reflection of the uses of what happens or what has been used all over by our people and accepted as a norm. So we should be careful when we want to reject tradition, especially from the prism of some other person. And when we want to reject it, forgetting that with time, every tradition changes. It's a function of the environment, not because you want it that way, or it is a dictate from the government. We traditionalists, I'm there to defend my tradition that has been there and has to be propagated. That is one of our missions. And so when we approach issues about tradition, we should be very careful how we do it. I just said it. The female genital mutilation used to exist in some societies, not all of our societies or our communities. And you can find out that out of, if there were 10, probably 8 or 9 are all gone, because the society has influenced the community. It is no longer just a female problem, male problem as well. We also go through circumcision with all what it takes, what we are condemning. And I think that, please, even the male have their own problems amongst us. Not all males are equal, as they say, but we are about equality here, and we should talk about what this day means, human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe we have to finish off here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this discussion, I'm sure that we all here, and what was part of this discussion was that we must respect the traditional practices. It is a matter of understanding them and working with them, and to improve conditions overall. What? But do I have more time? I'm told I have to finish, so... Okay, you 1 minute each. Okay, then you can respond.
Sorry, I was giving this microphone to
okay,
speak.
thank you.
Thank you very much, King Tani, for reminding us that we are royal leaders and we must know that culture must remain. But this thing that we are talking about is not to say they must be totally abolished. We are saying everybody's got rights. It must not be forceful. You must use your own criteria. You must be opting for it, not to be forced to do it. Because now what we are trying to say is people must not be forced to do things that they are not willing. So it must be from willingness to say, I want to go and be circumcised. I want to go and my female genital to be cut. So this is what we are trying to do, to say. We are not saying culture is wrong, and we are not saying it must be abolished. I thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I was given 1 minute. Yes. So normally they say you don't disagree with the king on matters of principle, but circumcision, safe male circumcision is safe, cannot be compared with the genital mutilation. Safe male circumcision has all the benefits to both the man and the woman, and genital mutilation is destructive by nature. But I just want to put one thing about what we, the royals, could do. Her Highness talked about the birth and the death. In Uganda, we have about 65% deliveries in hospitals. So we have another 35% women delivering at home. And many of these mothers are illiterate. So they have nowhere to keep records where children are born, apart from knowing the sex. Is there a possibility that we cultural institutions can begin having a database for our people so that we have this linked to the national database? Because some of the databases we have, I run at the Ministry of Health, actually based on estimates of what deliveries in hospital. but I have 35% of the mothers delivering at home and I don't know about them. Is it possible for us as cultural leaders to begin keeping some register of our members of our clans that have delivered, that have died, to help build into the database of the normal government registration system? I submit, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we really
Sorry,
have to wrap up.
I was
at this
given
point.
Martin. I was given the microphone, but I was waiting to be recognized. That was why I just kept quiet. Yeah. First of all, to quickly mention that the panelists have done wonderful work looking at the various aspects that touch on human rights, and kudos to you. But I noticed that there are one or two very, very key, very important areas that have not been touched. I know we cannot touch everything today, but we are not talking about things like human trafficking, which is a major. I mean, you need to go to the, Asia. Go to Asia to see how young African girls are being trafficked. And you need to see some of the videos where these girls, I mean, I saw videos where they're defecating in the mouths of young girls, 16-year-olds, by their leader. So this is an area that we have to start looking at. It's a major, major area. Another area that is tied to it, which we need to start looking at, is society. I know that when we're talking about human rights, we're always focusing on establishments, governments, traditional institutions. What about the society? Societal discrimination is even bigger. So I know that for sure in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, there's the way certain people see certain people in Nigeria and they abuse their rights. So you treat your housemaid like a subhuman, whereas treat your own children like they are kings and queens. So if we don't address these problems that are real, they are endemic in the society, we can never change anything in government, because people in government were actually came from the ordinary people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Yes, please proceed and wind up.
Okay, well, thank you. I thank the panel very much. I thank the audience very much. Clearly, we have touched upon a subject which we will have to, and we will go into a lot more depth. But thank you very much. I will wrap up this session. I thank again all the panelists. I think they've done a great job. We've opened up the subject. And there's much more. As Chief Bimbo has said, there is much more we should cover. But, you know, we had an hour. Thank you.
Wow. That was informative and educative session. And that was an eye-opener to many of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin Whiteman, for guiding this session successfully, despite the time constraints. Very sorry for keeping you up to this time. But however, because we knew we were going to stretch you, we informed you in advance. But we are thankful that you have actually been very patient throughout these sessions and kept yourselves within the convention. I will guide you out of this place and how we are going to move out into the hotel. The royals, all of us will be seated and will not move out until all the royals have moved out, led by His Royal Highness Papa Emormori, who will lead the lead team, and then the rest will follow as is your order, because I'm not very sure who follows who, but I'm sure then you'll fall in place. After the royals have all left and are walking, then the rest of us can follow after them. You will be given tickets at the gates, and each one of you will have a ticket. If you do not have a ticket, then you cannot access the dining, the restaurant. Bon appetit. I wish you good lunch, and we look forward to coming back here at 4. It is 3 at 4, meaning, I don't know, may the Lord, may you transfer that meal from your mouth to your stomach faster. I mean, let it roll into your stomach like a slide. I don't know, take big chunks, push it with water if you must, but just make your feeding a little fast. I'm sorry, but it's time that is not on our side. Thank you very much. You're most welcome, Papa, Sunday, and Mori. We are happy to have you among us. You are giving us the feeling of true royalty in the way you move and in the way you are. Thank you so much. You know, I didn't know royals also get hungry. Kumbe, they get hungry. My culture, my heritage. My human rights, my livelihood. At least that's what I've come up with today. Thank you. Thank you. King Mungatse, my king. I knew him before you knew he was a king. You know, he was just fished out. Yeah.
They are going to echo the message of make sure you come back by 4. We have to sign the document.
I am humbly requesting us not to take too much time over our lunch. I know food unifies, but kindly be here by 4 exactly. Kindly be here at 4 exactly. I pray that we will all take responsibility and be here by 4. Let's not be ushered in. We are with the royals, so we also ought to behave like the royals. Integrity will help us ensure we are back in the hall in time for the next meeting. Madam Anne, kindly, you are part of the royalty now, so please join that first team of procession as our guest. And thank you so much, Madam Anne, for making time to be here with us. Thank you very much. I will just keep asking us to keep moving. We are going to get water at the hotel. I wish we could keep moving. I can see people have stagnated out there. You will get how to wash your hands at the hotel. Let's keep moving. Oh my.
I'll take care.
Aido.
Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers.
Rise up, everyone, from everywhere. Come, let's support Aido. Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Jamaica, United Kingdom, and South Africa. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Jamaica, United Kingdom, and South Africa.
We would like to appreciate Pamela Lubowa, webale nnyo, webalire ddala. Brandy Mukasa, webale nnyo emirimu gyo, Kama abawa omukisa nnyo. Gillian Sutton, thank you so much for the work that you have done. May the Almighty God bless you. Colin Stone, asante, asante sana. Mungu akubariki.
Phil Dalulem, Allah Karanui. Grace Eganda, Yalamanui, Yalamakona Swam. Chief Paul John Seganda, Isialan Kitinoi, Ijo, Anakona Swam, Anyunebe, Epoloi Aido Network, and everyone who has contributed in one way or the other. We really appreciate and recognize your efforts. Epoloi Aido, Obusi Aido, Yalama.
Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido. Aido, Aido.
Health International Development Organization, Aido Network.
Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers.
The voice of the voiceless to promote unity and social change. A platform for dialogue. Aido, a home for cultural heritage.
Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers. Aido, Aido. We are Aidoers.
Esomata nepepe, etopolo sinono showok. Esomata ka Aido. Ateker International Development Organization. Aido.
Aido, Aido. We are
mwebalire ddala. Brandi Mukasa, mwebala nnyo emirimu gyo, Mukama abawe omukisa nnyo. Gillian Sutton, thank you so much for the work that you have done. May the Almighty God bless you. Colin Stone, asante, asante sana, Mungu akubariki.
Phil Dalulem, Allah Kara.